the 267th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 8th for Prokopyev, the 6th for Petelin.
Так, ну, из этого положения, в принципе, нормально.
I think it should work from this position. Okay, let's align it. It should be facing MRM-1 body. Okay, looking at MRM-1 body.
Значит, вот так. Так, а где сам замок?
And where is the lock itself? Yes, I see it.
Открывай замок, правильно?
Нажимаем на рычажок и поворачиваем замок в сторону.
Okay, we are moving the lock in the direction of the body. Okay, copy.
Open.
In the direction of open. Interesting.
Какое-то. Здесь-то маркировки не очень видно.
This particular labeling is not very visible. The labeling is not aligned.
Не торопиться, посмотри все внимательно.
Okay, don't rush. Look carefully. It should be the labeling. So it's open. Open. But what and how and where, there are no arrows. The labeling is a yellow line. It's facing me. It's on the particular nut.
Нажимай рычаг.
I'm pressing the lever.
Ага. Он обратно отыгрывает.
So it's playing back.
Дим, ты его нажми, поворачивай, и он должен...
You can press and rotate, and it should be in a certain position.
Взвестись. И этот рычажок должен...
And that particular lever should be open. Should open.
Ну, я до конца довожу.
Well, I am bringing it to the end, and I'm letting go. You see, how do I understand if it's yellow? How do I understand if it is in the open position? Do you see the labeling? Yes, it's just maybe there is maybe it can move further, and now it just moves backwards. Yellow on yellow, and try now to install adapter. And the PRM control tools should be facing in the direction of MRM-1. So I have yellow on this side. So the control asset should be in the direction of PRM. Yes, that is correct. Right now we're aligning yellow with yellow on the ear adapter, or yellow with black. That is correct. Yellow on yellow. Okay. But then we should be rotating it at 90 degrees. And then... Oh, yes. So the control handle should be in the direction of MRM. If it should be in the direction of MRM-1, it should be yellow on black, and then when it's being rotated, then the lock will be closed. Well, it should be aligned yellow on yellow. But then PRM is going to rotate at 90 degrees. it will be rotated in the process. The handle is going to be facing the Earth, and then we start rotating it. Well, PRM itself is not going to rotate, right? Well, you can rotate it whichever way you need, but
this view of Sergey Prokopyev as he works with Dmitry Petelin to attach the portable workstation to an adapter at the end of the European robotic arm. You see the arm on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. The two cosmonauts continuing to work. A few minutes ahead of the timeline, approaching the 2.5-hour mark into today's spacewalk.
Yellow, do you have yellow on yellow? Yes, it is aligned. Because we installed the lock, you need to press on the lever and rotate, and it should rotate itself into the closed position. Okay, you need to press it down. Okay. Okay, we're going to move it up. We need to tuck it in. I think it's aligned. We're going to press on the tab. Well, it rotated about 30 degrees. And then make sure that the black marks are aligned. Did the handle release? Yes. It did release. So try to affect the PRM and check the lock and verify the PRM is not removable. Okay, I think it is well seated. It's not removable. Well, we're about to, if we keep pulling it like that, we're going to be able to break ERA. Copy. Can you take photographs of the lock? Of course. And the PRM position, the way it's set up right now?
At the Rosviet module, the two cosmonauts continuing to attach the portable workstation to an adapter at the end of the European robotic arm. The brakes are on the arm. It is being operated by Andrei Fedyaev from inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, to which the other end effector of the European robotic arm is attached.
Position originally.
Once this workstation is attached, Prokopyev will climb into a foot restraint on the workstation and slowly be maneuvered around by Fedyaev to test the sturdiness of the workstation at the end of the arm.
Guys, we are going to take a break right now, and we're going to discuss things, whether we should be rotating in which direction. Okay.
The International Space Station is flying 260 miles over Algeria, moving from northwest to southeast on this orbit of the Earth.
Let me secure it at this time.
Сергей, еще можно тебя попросить, вот муфту замка, которая
Also, the
с рычажком, рукой попробуй ее покрутить влево.
housing of the lock with the lever. Could you try turning it left and right without pressing down on the lever? Could you see that the collar is locked? Okay. Without pressing on it. Yes, it is secured. Without pressing the lever, it is secure. Okay, copy, Sergey. Let me try again. Yes, it is secure and it's secured. Okay, everything is great.
Нажимаю на флажок.
We're pressing on the tab.
Отпускаю. Все.
And then when I'm releasing it, it's secured.
Сергей,
Sergey,
нам все-таки нужно будет сейчас довернуть ПРМ.
we should be able to turn PRM.
Вот эта муфта, которая с...
So this particular
Наблюдаешь ее?
color with the corners,
Да.
do you see it?
С углами?
With the corners?
Вот это вот, да. Вот это, ага. Ну да. Ну она... Это штурвал, сколько она? Штурвал-то, видимо, ее поворачивает?
I think, is it the one?
Сомневаюсь, что она поворачивает.
I doubt it's going to be able to rotate. No, it's not going to be rotating. You need to pull it in the direction of the PRM adapter, and at that, PRM is going to be rotating.
Первого органами управления.
So it's going to be rotated, and it should be facing MRM1 with its control handles, speaking simultaneously. So I think it's the opposite. So we need to pull it away from PRM. We're talking about PRM adapter.
Но у меня тогда не хватает возможности, чтобы я ее начал поворачивать ПРМ. Давай, либо я буду ПРМ поворачивать.
If I will be turning PRM, one is pulling should be pulling the nut, and the other rotating PRM.
Как тебе лучше, дайте?
Which way is it working? So you can probably hold the nut, and I am going to rotate. Let go. I let go. Is it in the... Is it in? Yes. Okay, you can turn it around. Did you turn it around? Yes.
Отлично, ребят.
Yes, we can work with the handle, with the hands here. Okay, that's great, guys.
Сфотографируйте.
Now take another photograph of this lock.
Всю маркировку, которая там есть.
The portable workstation in the final stages of being attached to an adapter at the end of the robotic arm, the European robotic arm, a good view of Sergey Prokopyev.
А ты пока... вы оба фотографируйте.
Что, давай.
Наша задача сейчас снять файл транспортировочный.
Now the transportation tether that has adjustable length and install the other tether on the PRM adapter so it would not interfere with the arm attachment.
Понял.
Okay, I think I got it.
Так, стал перемен длины. Вот он со мной.
Okay, adjustable length scissor.
Здесь оставляю, да, на полосатку?
I have it. So I'm going to leave it here on the pattern. The adjustable length scissor. You can remove it and attach it to yourself. And the scissor with the set length, you can secure it to the pattern adapter.
Хорошо, принято.
Okay, copy.
Так, стал перемен длины. Я на себя забираю.
I am going to take adjustable length scissor and secure it to myself.
За адаптер ПРМ.
Secure into the param adapter. To the string? Oh, to the adapter itself.
Адаптер. Ну, давай сейчас.
Secure it to the adapter.
Так, за адаптер.
Secure into the adapter.
Без разницы, получается, вот, смотри, вот здесь есть круговой поручень на адаптере.
There is a circular handrail
Пойдет туда через вот это вот.
on the adapter. So we need to make sure we put it over here. Try to route it in the way so it does not interfere. And wrap it around somewhere here. So you can use a wire tie somewhere.
Да, отлично. Все отлично. Все здорово. Нормально.
Okay, that's good.
Не сильно, поэтому никуда не денется.
Yes, I think I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it's secured. So we secured it.
Постарайся через свои нашлемные камеры показать нам.
Try to look at the helmet. Using your helmet camera, try to show us the clip of this component.
Вот.
Okay.
Слабина, ну вот тут минимальная, может тут сантиметров, не знаю, 10 лишнее есть, но
Here,
далеко не уйдет. То есть замок, он там сам.
it's not going to go for anywhere further because of the wall. Let's, where you have your hand positioned right now, let's use wire to secure it further.
Это лишнее.
Okay.
Куда не денется сюда?
It's not going anywhere from here.
Победы некуда.
There's no play.
Если он туда уйдет куда-то, ну если только вот туда.
The two cosmonauts making sure that the portable workstation is securely attached to the adapter at the end of the European robotic arm. Once Prokopyev places his feet in a foot restraint device at the end of this portable workstation, he will be driven around by Andrei Fedyaev, who is the arm operator inside Nyoka, for about 40 minutes of testing of the sturdiness of that work platform.
You see this hand wheel is rotating. Do you want a wire tie? Do you want some wire?
Ребят, сейчас у нас ожидается перерыв.
Guys, we're expecting to have an LOS,
И дальнейшая работа начнем
and
после того, как
subsequent
связь будет
activities will be resuming after we have stable and reliable comm. Okay, copy all. We're currently going to work on securing this unit. Do you think we can secure it to this dish? When we are going to place it back in its place, then we have to disengage this one.
Сейчас будет 3 минуты нестабильной связи.
There will be 3 minutes of unstable comm, and then approximately 11-minute LOS. Okay, copy. Sounds good.
Что через минуту у нас будет тень.
We're going to have an eclipse in about a minute, and so far, you should take a break.
Russian flight controllers advising the cosmonauts that with a break in our downlink communications capability through the International Space Station and an approaching pass into an orbital sunset, the cosmonauts are in a position to take a few minutes of breather at this point, still running a few minutes ahead of the timeline today at the 2-hour 44-minute mark into the spacewalk.
And here now is a hazard that a wire can get caught in there, so we need to tie up the wire at this point.
So, shall we place it behind the era? Yes, it seems an arrow behind another arrow. Well, we just need to get out of it somehow.
3 debris shields were attached to locations on the Rosviet module earlier in today's spacewalk by Prokopyev and Petelin, where an experiment airlock and a radiator used to reside before they were moved during previous spacewalks over to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory module as part of its outfitting. With the portable workstation now attached to the adapter at the end of the European robotic arm, the next step will be for Prokopyev to test out that workstation as he will place his feet in a foot restraint at the end of the arm and be driven around for about 40 minutes by Andrei Fedyaev, who operates the arm from inside the Naoka module.
So you're moving it to the side? Yes. Sergey. Hold it here? Yes. And then, just like that. That will work. A slight adjustment this way. Copy. Well, then we need to get out of here somehow. Just calm down. Guys, just that is correct. Just find a comfortable location, and the next work will be to observe safe translation of the arm. Well, it seems that we just caught it in between the pyram and the backpack. So I just need to move it just like that. Okay, that works. So now you're moving out. Yes, you can move safely. That works.
Sergey, Dmitry.
Sergey, Dmitry.
Как меня слышите?
How do you read me? Read you loud and clear.
Постараться по минимуму воздействовать на манипулятор.
You're being requested to put any movement or loads on the arm with a minimum effort. Minimum. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a live view from a balcony camera of the Russian Mission Control Center in the town of Korolyov outside of Moscow. Today's spacewalk, approaching the 3-hour mark by Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. We're in a temporary loss of signal in between the downlink capability from our tracking and data relay satellite system. Once we regain that capability, we should be in the early stages of having Sergey Prokopyev enter into a foot restraint at the end of the arm and a portable workstation that was just attached to an adapter at the end of the European robotic arm to be driven around by Andrei Fedyaev, the arm operator, who is at a workstation inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
слышно.
Guys, how do you read me?
Да, слышим.
We read you.
У нас с вами
Welcome back.
связь.
We've regained comm with you.
КД 3 часа ровно.
It's a stable comm, and the EVA PET is 3 hours even.
По циклограмме.
Excellent. So we are following the timeline exactly.
Хорошо.
Excellent.
Сейчас я уточню, когда начнется отвод.
Let me start. Let me confirm what time the era will start movement, and we'll need to ensure that we are safe and that you are located from a safe distance from the arm.
Под ПРМом нахожусь.
I am under PRM right now,
Пока не отведут.
so
Не очень удобно выбирать.
it's not very convenient to get out until they move the era arm. Copy?
Можно считать безопасное расстояние.
But we will consider it to be a safe distance.
У нас появилась картинка.
And now we're getting the image again. Guys, do not touch.
3 hours, 2 minutes into the spacewalk, we're back with our downlink capability from the International Space Station. The installation of the portable workstation at the end of the European robotic arm now complete. Fedyaev about to be given a green light to maneuver the arm close to the point where Sergey Prokopyev is located so he can ingress a foot restraint called the Yakor foot restraint that's part of the portable workstation mechanism, and then he'll be driven around for about 40 minutes very slowly to test the mobility and sturdiness of that workstation while attached to the end of the arm.
Сергей, за кабелем не держись, пожалуйста.
Dmitry? Sergey? Please don't hold on to the signs.
Ребят, сейчас будет включаться лазер, поэтому в сторону сектора старайтесь не смотреть. Точнее, не старайтесь.
We'll be deactivating the laser equipment and try not to look in that location. Yes, and we have put devices down just in case.
We are waiting for the arm to go into motion. Fedyaev will maneuver the arm towards Sergey Prokopyev so that he can begin to climb into the foot restraint that's part of the workstation mechanism at the end of the European robotic arm. It's attached to an adapter firmly in place now. And Prokopyev then will be driven around for about 40 minutes. The arm will be stretched to its full length of about 32 feet or so that we can test the sturdiness and flexibility and mobility of the arm with that kind of a load at the end. The crew is just about right on the timeline, working methodically through today's activities, which began with the installation of 3 debris shields on the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. 2 debris shields covering the area that an experiment airlock used to reside before it was moved to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. A 3rd debris shield attached to the area where a radiator was located on Rassvet that subsequently was moved to Naoka as well. The airlock and the radiator moved from Rassvet to Naoka on previous spacewalks.
Начнется движение
Guys, we'll need to start arm movement. We'll start arm movement. Copy. We are expecting that and monitoring that. We start movement. Observing. Confirm departure. Copy. Sergey, Dmitry. Sergey, Dmitry. Yes, go ahead. How do you feel in terms of the heat, coolness? Are you chilled? Are you okay? No, we're fine. Excellent. My fingers are chilling a little bit, but I was on the left-hand side, so it does not depend on the thermal regulation of the suit. Overall, all is good. I'm just watching that the thermal load is at a minimum. So just in case, I was reminding you, if you get cold, then you can temporarily activate the pump, suit pump. Copy. Will do. Right now, we feel comfortable, but we'll keep that in mind for any time future. Excellent. Continue movement, about 3 meters or so, we think.
Остановилось движение.
So stopped movement.
Как
Guys,
убедитесь в том, что
as soon as you confirm
уже отвел
that the arm has moved away
и если у тебя
with
появилась возможность проходить,
PRM,
начинайте тогда
and you have a corridor enough for you to translate, start translation. Copy. The arm has stopped and we are starting translation. Okay, then go back to the area where you had those straps.
Фиксируем стяжки на себя.
So secure the restraints onto you, onto your suits. Copy. In work.
You can see the European robotic arm backing away from the point along the Rosviet module where the workstation was attached to an adapter at the end of the arm. Prokopyev is at the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module where he subsequently will make his way into a foot restraint on that workstation to be maneuvered around by Fedyaev.
Разгрузили мим.
Пустили.
Still in work.
Ничего, не надо.
Anything else that needs to be
Можно
removed?
оттуда уже забрали.
I think everything's taken off. Everything possible.
Тогда начинаем перемещение на
We can
грузовую
start
стрелу
translation
гермоадаптера ФГБ.
to FGB thermal adapter.
Да, принято.
Yes, copy.
Танки будем стараться не трогать.
Unintelligible.
на СТО Стрелы.
I'm here, Strela.
Один, ждем Сергея.
Okay, waiting for Sergey.
Да, жду.
Waiting now.
Страховку снял.
Remove them. Together.
Страховка. Я снял ее уже.
I removed it already.
Здесь. Вот она. Поехали. Да, начинаем перемещение.
So we'll start translation.
Снизу закусил.
Принято.
Copy.
Панель.
In the panel here.
Зацепился что-то. Я где-то там цель.
I'm hooked on something here. It's okay.
Нет, еще. Цепляется за все.
No, it's still hooking onto something.
Стяжки.
Стимулятор уже пришел в нужную нам точку.
The restraint here, and the arm is already in the desirable position.
Мы припарковались.
Got parked right here.
Да.
Okay?
Страхую. Меня.
Now attaching the safety tether.
Давай я. Ага. Скидываю. Все, распущу чуть-чуть.
Give a little bit of slack.
Спасибо. Ага.
Застраховали СТУ.
Да, застраховали, подтверждаем. Застраховали.
Принято.
Secured. In place? Yes. Confirmed.
Flying 260 miles over the Pacific Ocean, a good view, a wide view of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Above it is the bulbous Prishal node module, and attached to that, the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that will be the ride home for Prokopyev, Petelin, and NASA's Frank Rubio on September 27th. You can see the European robotic arm crooked in the in the configuration that looks like the number 7 as it is approaching the point where Prokopyev would climb into a foot restraint at the end of the arm to be moved around in an operational test of the sturdiness of the portable workstation that was attached to an adapter at the end of the arm a short time ago.
Do you need help here? Yes, just pass it on. Thank you. Secured. The launch restraint kit on Strela on the operator post in 2 locations, right? Yes, of course. And use the wire tie here. I mean, I can use the wire tie, I think. Yes. You're right. And very good. Now move towards Sergey. All right. And where is Sergey? Are you? I am getting close to EV hatch. All right.
Так, ну я тогда... может быть... Ну ладно, слушайте потом. Я забираю укладку с Ерой 7.
I will take
Причем Ера 7.
Here at 7.
Prokopyev and Petelin are back at the hatch to the Poisk module, where they will temporarily stow the launch restraints that held the portable workstation in place, as well as the debris shields that were previously installed on the Rosviet module at the beginning of today's spacewalk. They will be jettisoned later on, following Prokopiev's ride at the end of the European robotic arm. Now, 3 hours, 33 minutes into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts just about right on the timeline for the day.
We can bring it inside so that it's not in the way and hook it to a handrail. That's the one I have, right? Most likely. I also have another adjustable. You still do? Yes, I still have one.
Again, the two cosmonauts are securing a pair of crew lock bags out of the Poisk airlock, within which there is equipment associated with the final steps of today's spacewalk, meaning the stowage of launch restraints and other equipment to be jettisoned at the end of the spacewalk. After this equipment is retained by Prokopyev and Petelin, Prokopyev will ingress a foot restraint called the Yakor foot restraint, which is on the portable workstation attached to an adapter at the end of the European robotic arm, for about a 40-minute ride back and forth, the arm being operated by Andrei Fedyaev inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
I got the crew lock bag. Copy.
Как будете готовы, начинаем переход к СТУ грузовой стрелы для того, чтобы переместиться на МЛН.
Towards Sтрела, so that we'll start translation.
Хорошо, принято.
Copy. Translating to UFP, passive attachment device. I have the UFC. Copy.
Сергей, попробуй перезагрузить камеру.
Sergey, can you reload the camera?
Какую?
Which one?
Яркую или рыбу?
Orca or Riba? Heka.
Горит зеленый огонек.
I have a green indicator illuminated.
Заработало, спасибо.
It started working now. Thank you.
Заработало, спасибо.
Не за что. Второй оператор также СТО.
The second operator is also on Strela. Copy. As soon as you are ready, we can start translation.
Да, хорошо, принято.
Copy.
Желательно тебе сюда перелезть на эту сторону, там на антенну. Рядом с стеной антенны. Конспектируем.
Now detach right here.
С твоей стороны, с моей стороны.
On my side.
Поехали. Начали перемещение.
Let's start translation.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin making good time as they prepare for Prokopyev to take a ride at the end of the European robotic arm.
Причалили. Причалили.
Transfer.
Какое место? И там проходит там просто.
Use the transportation tether.
Order. Order.
So got it. The first one. Keep going. Copy.
Так, Сергей, я нахожусь в районе ИСС.
I am in the vicinity of the FFM.
Обойти мне ее со стороны.
I need to move around it from the side of the airlock.
Дмитрий.
Dmitry,
Да,
go ahead.
Что, в подвале?
Дмитрий, как меня слышите?
Dmitry, how do you read us?
Да, слышим, хорошо, слышим. В районе...
Сейчас получается, что мы...
Right now, on MRM1, where I'm located,
Дмитрий, у нас был перерыв связи.
so Dmitry, we had an LOS, a com dropout. Dmitry, Sergey, we had an OS.
Да, мы слышим.
Мы с вами почти что готовы к операции по тестовому перемещению.
We're almost ready for the test translation of the operator.
Если сейчас войдем в якорь.
The matter is if we're going to secure your feet in the anchor, then we're going to end up starting the eclipse.
Мы сейчас с вами.
So now, this means now you guys take a break,
Ждем тени.
wait for the eclipse, and about 10 minutes after the start of the eclipse, you're going to perform the operations on ingressing the PRM anchor.
Да, принято.
Okay, copy. So far, you have some time, Sergey. Take a look at the anchor. There should be wiring. Yes, I see it. Let's try to remove the wire ties, perform some prep steps.
Хорошо.
Okay, sounds good.
Так, нахожусь в районе якоря.
So I'm in the vicinity of the anchor. I see the wire tie.
Длинная такая.
So it is fairly long.
Отрезать ее со стороны не якоря, а со стороны стойки.
So if we cut it not from the direction of the anchor, but from the direction of the stanchion, then there will be two whiskers, two pieces sticking out. Okay, let's try.
Отрезаю в районе стойки.
So I'm cutting it in the area of the stanchion. Okay, be careful.
Так, одну отрезал.
Okay, I cut it on one side.
Так, второй тоже отрезал.
I cut off this side as well. Copy.
Посмотри, а ты сможешь дотянуться до
Lexi,
органов управления?
are you able to reach the control handles?
Посмотрим.
Okay, let me take a look.
Получится.
Let me see what happens.
Так, левая рукоятка.
The left
Освободил.
handle, I freed that one up.
Сергей, и вот пока работаешь...
Sergey, while you're working on that, is PRM installed rigidly pressing?
This is Mission Control Houston at the 4-hour mark into today's spacewalk. Sergey Prokopyev is working to plant his feet in a foot restraint on the portable workstation that's attached to an adapter at the end of the European robotic arm, so that he can ride for about 40 minutes at the end of the arm under the direction of Andrei Fedyaev, who's operating the arm from inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that you see on the left side of your screen.
Okay, copy.
This is a test of the durability and sturdiness of the workstation with a human riding at the end of the arm that basically will be used for future operations outside of the multipurpose laboratory module.
Okay, I got it. The right side, right hand wheel is also freed up. Okay, copy, thank you. We're not going to manipulate it today. You're going to take a ride. So now you can just put the cover on it. Okay, copy. Thank you.
Так, Сергей, ну пока разместись таким образом, чтобы
in the meantime, Sergey,
отдохнуть.
Position yourself so you can get some rest, and also Dmitry advice to you as well. So after the eclipse starts, we will be working on subsequent operations to test the operator motion. Okay, sounds good. Okay, we'll be waiting for the eclipse.
The International Space Station currently flying over the Atlantic, moving from northwest to southeast at an altitude of 260 statute miles, soon to cross the west coast of Africa into an orbital sunset. Prokopyev is getting planted in a foot restraint at the portable workstation that was attached to an adapter at the end of the European robotic arm. He will be maneuvered back and forth by Andrei Fedyaev, the arm operator, who's inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, sending commands to the arm from a workstation inside Naoka.
ВКД 4 часа.
EVA elapsed time is 4 hours. Thank you. It would be good to have crew back right now. It would be great to put it in the crew bag.
Пожалуйста, под якорем. Такое ощущение, что как будто там
Could
еще
you
есть,
take a look
кусок
under
контроля.
the anchor? Looks like there's another piece of the wire tie.
Ну, она отрезана, это ну, просто...
It has been cut off. It's just, it's there, but it's not secured to anything. Okay, sounds good.
Спасибо.
Okay, copy. Oh, thank you.
Тоже подвязать.
Maybe we can tie it up to something.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 18 minutes into the spacewalk today by Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. About to move into an orbital sunset just off the west coast of Africa. The International Space Station flies smoothly on. As we begin the process shortly, within minutes, of Andrei Fedyaev sending commands to maneuver Sergey Prokopyev at the end of the European robotic arm in a test of its sturdiness, as Prokopyev is mounted at the end of the arm in a foot restraint that's attached to the portable workstation that was attached to the end of the arm a short time ago.
guys, in about 10 minutes, we'll resume our work. Did you say in about 10 minutes? Yes. We're losing comm and video now. So after we establish stable comm, then we'll proceed and press on with the next steps. Copy all. Then I'm going to turn off the pump temporarily in the suit. And I have turned mine off as well.
Special word? This is Mission Control Houston, 4.5 hours into today's spacewalk by Prokopyev and Petelin. Sergey Prokopyev is firmly planted in a foot restraint on a portable workstation at the end of the European robotic arm. As we wait for a handover in communications between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system and the right lighting conditions so that the green light can be given to Andrei Fedyaev inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module at a workstation. He is the arm operator for the European robotic arm. That green light will be given to begin moving Prokopyev away from the multipurpose laboratory module in a test of the durability of that workstation with a cosmonaut at the end. The spacewalk has gone by the book so far. The two cosmonauts running ahead of the timeline. Earlier in the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts attached 3 debris shields to locations on the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, where an experiment airlock and a radiator used to reside before they were moved over to Naoka for the outfitting of that module on previous spacewalks.
Ребят, как меня слышно?
Guys, how do you read me?
Принимаем, хорошо.
We read you loud and clear.
Ну вот мы сейчас
Copy.
вышли в зону уверенного сигнала.
Now we're in a stable, calm zone.
Появляется у нас картинка потихонечку.
So slowly we're getting the video image and we can resume work.
Принято.
Copy.
Хорошо.
That's good.
Начинаем.
Let's start.
Картинка появилась, связь появилась.
We've got the image, we've got com.
Давай сначала мы
Sergey,
застрахуем правильно
Let's
наши файлы скафандра.
secure
Файл
the
переменной длины.
spacesuit
Мы
tethers
застрахуем
first.
заполушенно на концевом секторе.
Adjustable tether
Да. Так. Камера
to the winged loop.
показывает, да? Вот.
All right.
Запроушенный.
I'm taking the winged loop.
Верно?
That is correct.
Вот тебе,
постоянно
может быть,
держи
тебе,
And an adjustable tether.
может быть, тебе вот этот файл постоянной переменной длины
Maybe
перестраховать за поршень, который ближе к
the adjustable tether should be secured to a handrail closer to a param. Yes, I'll do that.
Сергей будет входить в якорь.
Right now, Sergey will be entering the foot restraint, yakor in Russian. Yes, I'll come closer and I'll help him out.
Все, Сергей, мы
Sergey,
застраховались, правильно?
so you are secure.
Постоянной длины у нас за
So the safety tether
якорь.
is connected to the foot restraint. Is that correct?
Да, верно.
That is correct.
Ну, приступаем к входу в якорь.
Okay, then you can enter the foot restraint.
Принято.
Copy. Let me move it a little bit and maybe just unwind it a little bit because it's kind of moving somewhat.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 41 minutes into the spacewalk. Sergey Prokopyev completing his ingress into the Yakor foot restraint on the portable workstation at the end of the European robotic arm, as we are standing by for an orbital sunrise now that we have regained our downlink video capability from the International Space Station. Dmitry Petelin will be capturing imagery of Prokopyev as he takes about a 40-minute ride at the end of the arm that is being operated by Andrei Fedyayev from a workstation inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Maybe you can secure a safety tether to the central post near the foot restraint. It should not be in the way.
Укоротить дистанцию мне.
I'm just trying to keep a safe distance here.
Да, он отек. Ну так пошел он, да?
So did it go that way, routing along that side? Yes.
Может, его сейчас еще вокруг.
And I will try to.
Немножко запутанный просто.
It just got tangled up a little bit, so let me untangle it.
Так лучше.
Is this better?
Сергей, посмотри, пожалуйста,
Sergey,
камера выключена.
could you please check if your hacker camera is on
Так,
or has it been switched off?
да, похоже.
It looks like it's off. Could you please turn it on?
Включена.
It's back on.
Какой якорь? С какой ноги начинаешь?
So are you ingressing the anchor, the foot restraint? Which foot do you start? Right.
Пятка на месте, да?
Нет.
The right
пятка
one.
не дошла.
Is the foot in place? No. Negative. The heel did not make it. Now it is.
Ух ты, вращается, да?
Oh, it's rotating, yeah?
Это якорь вращается?
Is it the foot restraint? No, actually, I was moving my foot, and was the foot restraint staying in place? So I turned it back in its original location. I think the right foot should go a little bit further in, just like that. Sounds good. And now the left foot and the heel first, the toes. Yes, the right foot should be adjusted. The foot restraint is rotating. Can you help with the hand? I have nothing to hold on to. I will try. Dima, yes, it's still rotating. Dima, could you please look at the lever? What shall I look for? There should be a button where the heel, and you can move them back somewhat, adjusting it back where the heel area is at. From the foot restraint side, there should be a second one. Oh yes, I can see the button. Just press the button, because look at the right foot is not secured correctly.
Okay, I'm pressing the button, and what is happening? And then the spur will go back. Understand? I think I need to use both hands. So just move the left foot towards the foot restraint. Yeah, maybe we should start with the left one. So you will need to press and push away. It's understood. First, I need to secure myself. So the short tether is pulling. Because Sergey is pushing onto the spurs, it is not possible to adjust. Can you move away a little bit? Okay. So it looks like you are pushing away when you are pressing the button, and you have to pull towards yourself. It seems to be illogical. So I will have to push and pull at the same time, right? Okay, pull your foot out of the foot restraint. Yes, I will try. Okay. So pressing the button to full stop. I think, okay, I did this now. Now, let's see how we can rotate the foot restraint back. Just by hand. Yes, it is moving by hand. Let's try. Repeat. Now my heel is in. That is better. Okay, good, it's in. Your foot is in. Good. I am in the foot restraint.
From the helmet camera of Dmitry Petelin, a good view of the feet of Sergey Prokopyev now affixed in the Yakor foot restraint on the portable workstation at the end of the European robotic arm, ready to take about a 40-minute ride under the operation of Andrei Fedyayev from his workstation inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. 4 hours, 49 minutes into the spacewalk.
Activate glycer. Don't forget to turn on the pump. Okay, activating glycer. Dmitry, let us know as soon as you are in place so that we know your state of readiness. Yes, I am ready. I am in place. So you both are ready to translate? No, not yet. I'm not quite ready. Copy, waiting. Glycer got turned off just now since we are saving batteries. You can see the sun.
Будет включаться лазер в сторону манипулятора, где не смотри.
Laser of the arm will activate.
Понял.
Okay, we're not looking at the laser.
Сергей, как у тебя дела?
Sergey, are you ready? How are you doing? I'm great and I'm ready. I'm in place. Well, the view will be from the bottom.
Так, ну, теперь, Дим, ты как, готов?
Dmitry, are you ready? I'm ready, yes.
Принято.
Copy.
Включаем лидер.
Activating glycer camera.
Сереж, движение начнется минут через 5.
The movement will start in about 5 minutes.
Я понял.
Copy.
Сергей, перед началом движения мы тебя
Prior
предупредим.
to start movement, we will let you know.
Да, я понял.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, a good view of the European robotic arm with Sergey Prokopyev on the portable workstation affixed in a foot restraint as Andrei Fedyaev moves the arm away from the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, testing the flexibility and durability, the sturdiness of that workstation now that it's been attached to an adapter at the end of the arm.
Сергей, я начинаю выполнять задачу по перемещению.
I start the translation movement now. I am ready.
Ветерком.
Have a nice ride.
Выполняется команда экстракт.
Start command is in work.
Как такового сейчас перемещения еще нет, только...
Translation is not there yet. Just preparation. Copy.
Сергей, 8 сантиметров движения.
8 centimeters movement.
Принято.
Copy.
Ожидаем.
Expecting.
Сантиметров.
We have a centimeter.
Наблюдаю отход.
Observing.
Для меня вообще незаметно.
I don't even notice it at all.
часов ВКД.
Закончили перемещение.
You have been out for 5 hours. CET 5 hours. We completed this first step of translation.
Отвернись от манипулятора, сейчас будет включаться лазер.
Dmitry, don't look at the arm right now. The laser will get activated now.
Начинаем выполнять задачу по перемещению.
Continue the step with translation.
Начинается перемещение.
We start translation now.
Я тоже наблюдаю.
Observing.
Сориентироваться таким образом, чтобы через твое наследие камеры манипулятора виден был больше.
Can you position yourself in such a way that we see the arm somewhat better? I aimed it at UFP right now. That should be better. We probably moved by a meter and a half, by 1 meter. Copy, 1 meter. Yes, the translation in process for 1 meter.
Закончили перемещение.
Completed translation. Copy.
Продолжаем перемещение.
Continue translation.
Наблюдаю движение.
Observing movement. Completed translation.
5 hours, 7 minutes into the spacewalk by Prokopyev and Petelin, a view of the European robotic arm having backed away from the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module with Sergey Prokopyev at the end of the arm in a foot restraint on a portable workstation attached to an adapter at the end of the arm earlier in today's excursion. Again, this is being tested to ensure the sturdiness of a work platform for cosmonauts to use in the future in the operation and movement of hardware around the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Well, the view is in his back. So he will look at the views later, at the pictures. The translation in process.
Выполняется одношарнирное перемещение.
On one joint, observing translation.
Закончилось первое одношарнирное перемещение.
Completed the first translation on one joint. The second one is in process.
Оба pitch до 90
Observing
градусов минусов.
at pitch up to negative 90 degrees.
Минус 115.
Negative 115.
Минус 110.
Negative 110.
Минус 105.
Negative 105.
Минус 100.
Negative 100.
Минус 95.
Negative 95.
Началось перемещение multi-joint move.
Now, pitch translation in process. Good. Translating.
Предупреждали, что могут вверх ногами перемещать.
Did they warn you that you will be being translated upside down? No, I did not expect that. Now in the area of the radiator.
В заданном направлении перемещается радиатор.
completed multi-joint translation. I copy.
From Sergey Prokopiev's helmet camera, the view of Dmitry Petelin, who is also capturing imagery of Prokopyev as he is being slowly but surely moved from one location to another at the end of the European robotic arm under the operation of Andrei Fedyaev at a workstation inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
So what exactly should I focus on? The radiator is in good view. I can move it upward. Maybe PRM can be moved, turned down somewhat. Because when I stretch my arm, I'm actually in the plane of portable workplace PRM already. Well, we are filming the translation, multi-joint translation just started. Translation in the desired direction, designed direction.
Fedyaev continues to move the European robotic arm with Sergey Prokopyev riding on the portable workstation at the end of the arm, testing the capability of the arm itself. Dmitry Petelin capturing imagery of Prokopyev being moved about at the end of the arm as the International Space Station flies over the northern Pacific Ocean, soon to cross just north of Vancouver.
The second multi-level translation is complete, and the one joint translation is about to start. Observing. Returning now.
I think the motion is going at a nice speed, nice velocity. Inaudible. We completed the translation.
Сереж, давай светофильтр сейчас опустим.
So, right now, Sergey, inaudible. Right now, let's put the light filter down. Okay, sounds good. We're performing the translation. Watching it.
And this view from Dmitry Petelin's helmet camera. We're now 5 hours, 20 minutes into the spacewalk. Good view of Sergey Prokopyev on the portable workstation at the end of the European robotic arm.
Сейчас будет включаться лазер на концевом эффекторе. Постарайся...
Right now, the laser is going to get activated on the end effector. Try to stay away. Okay, copy.
And we've gone into a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll regain that downlink TV capability momentarily. The spacewalk proceeding slightly ahead of the timeline as Sergey Prokopyev continues his ride at the end of the European robotic arm. his feet planted in a foot restraint at the end of a portable workstation that was attached to an adapter at the end of the arm a short time ago. This objective of the spacewalk coming on the heels of the installation of 3 debris shields on the Rosviet module over locations in which an experiment airlock and a radiator had been located before they were transferred on previous spacewalks to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
У нас пока отсутствует видео.
We do not have any video at this time. Understand.
Вот теперь появилось.
Right now we got it.
This activity is very similar to what you've seen many times on U.S. spacewalks, where an astronaut would be affixed on a foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm, moving from one area of the truss of the International Space Station to another work site on the station.
We have completed the motion. Copy.
Пока ожидаем.
We're standing by for now.
Выполняется команда «Insert».
The command is executing at this time.
Сергей, начинаем выход из якоря ПРМ.
Start egressing from the anchor. Copy. Will do. Sergey,
Проверь, пожалуйста, положение
please check the position of the hand controller called worm.
And at the 5.5-hour mark, Prokopyev given direction by the Russian flight controllers to begin to get out of that foot restraint. His ride at the end of the European robotic arm to test its durability and sturdiness having come to an end.
Okay, copy. Well, my understanding is we're going to leave the heels at the same distance. We're not going to put them back. Yes, that is correct. I don't think we'll leave the heels at the same distance. I don't think the size will change. So I'm going to secure myself, attach the tether to a different location. I have reattached my permanent link tether to another handle.
На глиссерах вы выключили режим видео, отключили камеру?
Did you turn off your cameras? Yes, we're turning off. Turned off. Copy. Turned it off. Whenever you're ready, you can start going back to MRM2.
Да, мы готовы.
Prokopyev and Petelin will make their way now to the Poisk airlock hatch, where they will remove a bundle containing some protective shrouds that were taken off equipment during a previous spacewalk. Those shrouds, plus the launch restraints removed from the portable workstation at the beginning of today's spacewalk to enable it to be attached to the end of the arm, will all be clustered together for a jettisoning that will be retrograde from the station to ensure that it has no chance to recontact the station.
ВКД 5 часов 30 минут.
5 hours 30 minutes is EVA lapse time. Okay, copy. Thank you.
The Russian flight controllers have confirmed that the European robotic arm operations during today's spacewalk are now complete. Andrei Fedyaev will work after the completion of the spacewalk itself to reposition the arm to its quiescent position But all of the operations associated with Sergey Prokopiev's ride at the end of the arm are now complete. So with the debris shields having been attached to the Rosviet module and Prokopiev's test of his ride at the end of the portable workstation on the European robotic arm also complete, the final task of the spacewalk that lies ahead is the collection of protective shrouds and the launch restraints that were removed from the portable workstation earlier today, bundling them up and jettisoning them retrograde aft of the Russian segment of the International Space Station in a trajectory that will ensure that there's no chance for recontact with the station itself. With Prokopyev now out of the foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm, Andrei Fedyaev will begin preparations for the steps that will be taken at the end of the spacewalk for the repressurization of the Poisk airlock and the reintroduction of the cosmonauts back inside the International Space Station. Again, one more task left to be done, the collection of equipment to be discarded that will be bundled together and jettisoned by Prokopyev retrograde from the station a short time from now in a trajectory that will prevent any potential for recontact with the complex.
So are you currently on the desk, Sam? Sounds good. So I have loosened the safety. So we can start motion. Just a little bit. MCC Moscow. MCC Moscow ISS on space to ground 2. About repress. Andrei. Andrei, right now they're going to call you on space to ground 1. Okay. Copy. Thank you.
Страховочку. Вот он есть.
Yes, it's further away, a little bit, even further. Well, I am going to EV-H1. So I am going to take the bundle with the covers. Okay. Sounds good.
I am securing internally the crew log bag inside the MRM2. So I'm going to leave the crew bag inside the MRM2, and I'm picking up the kit with the shrouds. That is correct. Go ahead. I wasn't able to fit it. So I think we'll just have to try again. So I'll move it to the right. In this vicinity where we have the gap spanners.
This is Mission Control Houston. Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin are making their way back to the Poisk airlock to retrieve several protective shrouds that covered equipment previously installed on the Russian segment of the International Space Station on prior spacewalks. That equipment will be bundled up along with launch restraints removed from the portable workstation earlier today, part of the European robotic arm operations that maneuvered Prokopyev about the area of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. All of this equipment to be discarded will be bundled up and jettisoned by Prokopyev retrograde from the station a short time from now in the final task of today's excursion.
Let me just move the crew log bag away. It really interferes here. Okay, now I'm going to move it forward towards myself. And when you have a chance, could you please look at the Strela? Come again? Could you please close the drive? Oh, yes, I see. It's kind of hanging here. Will do. I closed it. So I've secured myself, so now you can remove this. Sergey, we'll be jettisoning during the orbital day, right? One should be sufficient. Yes, should be sufficient. Yes. We will have a drop in video very shortly, and we'd like to jettison the bundle while we have the video available, and that will be during the orbital night then. Sounds good. So don't be in a hurry. First, form the bundle, set it up, copy, prior to the drop-in com. Will do. I propose doing it during the orbital day so we can see well. All right, I have formed the bundle. Copy.
Ты как, готов?
The device ready? Well, I need to position it well.
Расположишься, тогда скажи об этом.
So one inaudible. Please report once you're done with that. Will do. All right, Sergey, will you take it from me? So, secure it? Yes, and I'm secured myself. Is the foot restraint behind you? Yes. Behind my back. So, anti-clockwise towards the instrumentation compartment, 30 degrees along the second plane, and 30 degrees along the third plane of the SM. Okay, let me orient myself. So I'm going to send it towards the instrumentation compartment in that direction, and it'll be up from on, upwards where it's looking, and towards the left. Yes, Dmitry, that is correct. That is correct? Yes, I confirm. Excellent. That sounds good. So I'm
flying just off the southwest coast of Africa. Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin have bundled up several items, 2 antenna covers from a Russian experiment payload that was removed from the Russian segment during the previous spacewalk the two conducted back in June. 2 launch restraints for the portable workstation that were removed earlier today to allow the workstation to be attached to the end of the European robotic arm. So a total of 4 items bundled up now, ready to be jettisoned retrograde from the Russian segment of the station by Prokopyev.
All right. Sergey, are you ready? I am ready. So you have activated your camera, right? Yes. I have the camera. All right, then start. Just a second. I'm jettisoning it.
And away it goes at the 6-hour mark, the bundle having been jettisoned by Prokopyev.
Excellent.
It will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere within days, and will have no chance to recontact the International Space Station. So that constitutes the final task of today's spacewalk. And a short time from now, the cosmonauts will begin to retrieve all of their tools and tethers and begin the process of wrapping up today's excursion.
Guys, we'll have a drop in video and possibly the comm as well. So therefore, you have a go to translate to the airlock and just wait over there. Will do. We're doing any visual inspection to see if we have any stains or anything, any contamination. Please look on this side and towards the upper point. Will do. That's right. I can see something near the foot restraint. Maybe paint or something. No, the foot itself, the sole of the foot is clear. Nothing on it. Inaudible. We copy. And nothing on the front. Looks clean.
From Dmitry Petelin's helmet camera, a view of Sergey Prokopyev, the Expedition 69 commander, as he and Petelin begin to wrap up work for the day. This was the 267th spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 10th conducted out of the International Space Station this year. The 8th for Expedition 69 crew members. This also was the 8th spacewalk for Prokopyev in his career, and the 6th for Petelin.
So shall we remove the towels, untie them? All right. So I think we need to secure this thing in place first. All right.
We've gone into a loss of signal of our downlink television capability from the station, handing over satellites from one to the other on the tracking and data relay satellite network. We'll be regaining that TV capability shortly. To recap, Prokopyev and Petelin began the spacewalk at 9:44 a.m. Central Time, 10:44 a.m. Eastern Time, moved out of the Poisk airlock on the Russian segment of the station, set up their tools and tethers, and made their way down to the Rassvet module, where they attached 3 debris shields, 2 to the location in which an experiment airlock had been housed before it was removed and transferred for installation on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The 3rd debris shield was attached to the location on Rassvet on which a radiator had been affixed before it too was moved over to Naoka. The crew then worked to install a portable workstation onto an adapter at the end of the European robotic arm. Once that was complete, Prokopyev made his way into a foot restraint on that workstation and was driven around for about 35 minutes or so at the end of the arm, which was operated by Andrei Fedyaev from a workstation inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Right? Looks cleaner.
Items no longer needed
That's right.
that were earmarked to be discarded have been jettisoned by the cosmonauts as they begin to stow all of their equipment back inside the Poisk airlock before they move in to the airlock and close the hatch to complete today's excursion.
It looks like that's all. It's clean. Yes, and we usually tie it on this side, but that's okay. Sergey, take the towels, put it in a separate bundle, and jettison it in a similar fashion as we have jettisoned the bundle, the shroud bundle, just as together, kind of tie them together, form them into one bundle, yes. Okay, so let's take them and then just secure them together towards you. Straight up here. Just like that. I think that's it. The bundle is ready. All right. So I'm going to secure it. Are you ready? Okay, just aim. I am aiming in the same direction. I am ready for jettisoning. Sergey? Is there comm? We had drop in comm. How are you guys? Yes, the bundle is ready to be jettisoned towards Dmitry. Copy. And we are looking at honor. So we see that. Are you ready? I'm ready. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Have you jettisoned it, the towels? Yes. I have jettisoned the towels. Copy. Guys, so now we'll need to look at the EVA tools. Andrei, let's start.
And with that, a second jettison has been completed by Prokopyev. This being a bundle of towels that the cosmonauts used to wipe down their Orlan suits, no longer needed. So two separate jettisons performed within 11 minutes of each other, both retrograde from the station. Neither bundle has any potential for recontact with the station. This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 14 minutes into the spacewalk. The cosmonauts in the home stretch of today's work outside of the International Space Station, having completed all of their objectives and the jettisoning of two separate bundles of items, now conducting an inventory of their tools and tethers before they make their way back inside the Poisk airlock and close the hatch to complete today's spacewalk.
Москвы МКС, ВСГ-2 и оператор
ISS.
Сергей, который связи ВСГ-2.
Sergey on space to ground 2. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. So I'm starting closing PHO hatches. Okay.
Дмитрий, у нас был привет.
Sergey, Dmitry,
Как сейчас нас слышно?
we had LOS.
Да, слышим отлично.
How do you read us now? Loud and clear.
Да, сделаем сейчас
Проверка навесного.
да, смотр навесного, потому что
Sergey,
у нас
let's
ожидается еще один
look
небольшой перерыв.
at OTAs
Ну, начнем. Значит, Толкеди.
on Tulkedi.
А с кого начинаем?
Okay, where do we start?
Сергей.
Sergey. Sergey, you go first.
Tulkedi на месте.
Tulkedi in place.
Резак и ключ
The
трещотка с
cutter
барашком.
and
Внутри Tulkedi.
the ratchet wrench and wing nut in place.
На глиссере есть.
And glisser
Small red на ключе трещотка.
and small red on ratchet wrench. Yes.
Small red на резаке.
Small on the cutter.
Есть.
Yes.
Small red
Small
оборудование
red
ВКД.
for EVA tools.
Есть.
Yes.
Large small red.
Large small red
На месте.
in place.
Adjustable tether.
Adjustable tether
На месте.
in place.
Да, принято, Сергей, хорошо.
Copy, Sergey. Thank you.
И крылок ты уже завел внутрь, правильно?
Crew look bag is also
Бэк, да, уже заведен.
inside, right? It is inside. Yes.
Серег, ну тогда ты можешь приступать к входу в
Sergey,
МИМ-2.
you can start
С Димой мы сейчас
ingressing
сделаем также контрольное
MRM2.
оборудование.
And Dmitry, let's
Да,
do
готов.
check on your OTAs
Принял.
and
Ну
tools.
там,
Yes.
Дим, Толкеди.
Dmitry, tool caddy
На месте.
in place.
Перезак.
Ratchet wrench and the cutter
Трещотка с барашком на
in
месте.
place with the wing nut.
Ну там.
Copy.
Small red на глиссере.
Small red on the glisser.
Смысл на глиссере присутствует.
Confirm.
Принято. Small red
Small,
на ключе трещотка.
On ratchet wrench.
На трещотке есть.
Yes, we do have on ratchet wrench.
И на резаке тоже.
And on the cutter.
На резаке есть.
Yes, for tethering cutter as well.
Один свободный.
И
And plus one
все
available.
верно, абсолютно.
Correct, yes.
И large small red.
And large, small red.
Large, small, red. Так, adjustable сразу видно.
So I can see the adjustable right away.
Large, small
And
есть.
large, small, yes, confirm.
Принято.
Copy.
И крылок бэк у тебя уже внутри или на тебе?
Crew lock bag is
Нет,
on
на мне
you,
еще.
right?
На мне, со мной.
Yes, it is on you. I have it with me.
Дим, спасибо тебе.
Copy. Thank you, Sergey.
Так, ну, наша следующая задача
Our next
это вход в
test
МИМ-2.
is ingress.
Да, принято.
Copy.
Сначала у нас заходит Сергей,
Sergey will go first,
ты после Сергея.
and then Dmitry.
Да, принято.
Copy.
Вашим поездку по Москве, самолет
SS
Андрея,
crew
по подготовке шлюзового отсека.
is Andrei on preparation of the airlock.
Первый внутри МИМ-2.
Operator 1 is inside of MRM2.
Приступаю к входу.
I begin ingress. Copy.
Вашим поездку по Москве, самолет 500 Андрея.
ISS crew from the station.
Отвечал, СБ-2.
Go ahead, space to ground 2.
Скажите, пожалуйста, СРВК, чем лучше?
Question on SRVK.
Так, не было указаний, надо его отключить. Еще не
Turn it,
отключал.
turn
Но
it
люк уже
on.
ПХО закрыт.
I turned it off. Aero PHO hatch is already closed.
Только что закрыл.
Just
Закрываю.
close it.
Ну да, я открою, в принципе, и выключу, если есть необходимость, если много времени не займет.
I can open if it doesn't take much time. Inaudible.
Хорошо, открываю РОПХО.
Okay, I will open the ROPHO now.
Принято.
Copy.
Второй оператор внутри М2.
Operator 2 is in MRM2. Copy.
Сергей, Дмитрий,
Sergey,
можно отключить камеры?
Dmitry, you can turn off the cameras. Okay.
Первый, отключены камеры.
Camera off on operator 1.
Принято.
Copy.
Ребят, включаем сушку сублиматоров.
Now let's start on sublimator drying.
Второго камера отключена.
EE.UU camera is off.
Включаем ТО. Включаем ТО. АСТР отключаем.
Are we turning off ISR?
Сушка ТО первый.
Сергей, Дмитрий,
First,
после отключения
Dmitry, after sublimator
ручку теплохода,
deactivation,
АСТР тоже отключить.
warm, cold in mid position, ASTR off.
Отключаем АСТР.
Okay, ASTR in off position.
Первый отключил АСТР. Второй.
EV1 ASTR off, EV2 ASTR off,
Ручка. В каком положении должна быть ручка?
and the
Третье, после отключения сублиматоров, положение.
temperature control handle, what position should that be? Number 3 after sublimator deactivation.
Летом. Снег полетел.
Oh, I see snowflakes.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 25 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts ran ahead of their timeline throughout the day today and are in the final minutes of the spacewalk, stowing the tools and tethers that they used to conduct all their activities outside of the Russian segment of the International Space Station throughout the day. They will check their suits and ultimately close the hatch to the Poisk module to mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Ребят, пока осмотрите состояние резиновых уплотнителей на крышке выходного люка.
Now check
Так, кольцо-то вы снимаете?
the ring on
Да, мы
the
еще кольцо пока не снимаем.
EV hatch.
Секунду.
Yes, removing the EV hatch ring.
The cosmonauts are removing a protective ring that was installed at the start of today's spacewalk around the circumference of the hatch to the Poisk module to protect all of its seals.
I have removed the protective ring and stowed.
Собрал кольцо.
The protective ring is stowed.
Теперь давайте осмотрим состояние резиновых уплотнителей на крышке.
Now let's examine
Резиноуплотнители
the rubber seals on the cover
в хорошем состоянии. Снизу, с
in
левой стороны.
good condition.
Снизу в порядке.
On the left side, checking here,
Всё нормально.
no damage, looking good.
Спасибо.
Copy, thank you.
Прикинь.
Go ahead.
Придави немножко.
Dmitry, press on. Press on what?
Я не понял.
Dmitry,
Что сказал?
I didn't understand what you said.
У второго сушка ТО норма. Прошло
So
сообщение.
I got the TO dry, supplemental dry timer correct. Please press on the handle, the door handle. Just push on it a little bit.
Интересно.
Interesting, okay?
О, да, прошла.
Yes, we got zone for supplemental drying timer.
Она закрыта просто.
Well, I see the handle.
Здесь небольшой
So it's closed, but there is a little bit of slack here. So yes, I see some.
Спасибо.
Well, thank you. That's good now.
Здесь еще сообщений не было.
Have you gotten any
8:20.
messages?
Продолжается.
Well, mine is continuing to dry.
Смотри на ранце сзади, на решетку. Смотри на ранце с аллиматора, на решетку.
Unintelligible.
Да нет, нормально.
And okay, normal.
Ну так, небольшой, можно сказать, налетик такой линии.
Small sediment.
Я ближе к вакууму.
The close to vacuum.
Я быстрее. Проветрилось.
No out.
На ветру.
Aired out.
Цуковская МКС УСГ.
Please to ground 2, Dmitry, Sergey.
Да, мы на связи.
Yes, we're here.
Выполнил закрытие люков ПХО.
PHO hatch closed.
Хорошо.
Good.
Хорошо. Сушка ТО закончена, 10 минут прошло.
Supplemental drying completed. Has been 10 minutes.
Принято.
Copy.
Ну что, можно дальше тогда.
Now we may continue.
Приступаем к закрытию люка.
Let's start closing the hatch.
Сейчас, ребят, уточню.
Stand by a second.
Ребят, приступаем к закрытию
Yes.
выходного люка.
Start closing EV hatch.
Принято.
Copy.
Проблем.
Первую.
Copy.
По подтягам.
Принято.
With the pull.
Проверяем отсутствие каких-либо предметов в зоне выходного люка.
Make sure there are no foreign objects in the area of EV hatch.
Принято.
Прикрываю.
No partially closing.
Принято.
Copy.
Возвращаю в положение закрыто.
Now rotating to close position.
Принято. Контролируем заход роликов.
И срабатываем код на муфте. Люк. Выходной закрыт.
And now the EV hatch is closed.
Ребят, время ВКД у нас составило 6 часов 35 минут.
6 hours and 35 minutes.
Принято.
CET. Copy.
Так. Ребят, ну, У нас все задачи выполнены.
All tests
Отлично.
completed.
Вот. Хочу вас поздравить с успешной
Excellent.
работой. Сказать вам большое спасибо
Congratulations
за проделанную работу.
with excellently performed work.
Спасибо, Сергей.
Thank you,
Тоже огромное
Sergey,
спасибо за сопровождение.
so much for your support.
Тоже огромная благодарность отдельная.
And
Реально все отработали хорошо.
thank you very
Приятно удивила
much
скорость
for
перемещения
all the
и плавность. Так что я думаю, что это...
operations.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch to the Poisk module has been closed, marking the end of today's spacewalk by Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin. The hatch closing occurred at 4:19 p.m. Central Time, 5:19 p.m. Eastern Time, bringing today's spacewalk to an end at 6 hours, 35 minutes. Again, the spacewalk officially ending at 4:19 p.m. Central, 5:19 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 hours, 35 minutes. We'll have statistics for you very shortly.
Airlock operations, and I will talk to you later.
Спокойной ночи, до встречи.
Thank you. Good night. All the best.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Так, ну что, работаем по обратному шагованию.
All right. Now we are doing post-EV repress operations. This is Dmitry, Andrei. Yes, hear you loud and clear.
Дима, ну что, размещайтесь в районе рабочего места.
So,
Готовим с вами фрагмент 10.
settle up
И будем еще продолжать работать.
and
Шага
let's
4, ладонь Мин-2 до
view card
260 мм.
4, starting with step 4. View card 10, starting with step 4. That is MRM repress to 260 from PHO. Also, we need to make sure that all PHO hatches are closed. Yes, Dmitry, all correct. PHO hatches closed and the backup section is organized. Then we can start with step 4. Step 4, MRM repress to 260 millimeters, checking case the two closest they are so close. Good. Now issue case the SO are open. DVD PHO open.
Так, адрес. Да. Выдал. Да. Открываю.
Okay, opening.
Открыть.
DVD PHO SO open. Good. LED is on. The pressure is increasing and ODSK dropping. And now let us know periodically the suit pressure and the section pressure. We're going to 260 in MRM2 closing.
60, да, будем закрывать.
At 260 we will close, yes.
Шестьдесят.
60.
Дим, ну и, ребят, не забывайте продуваться.
Don't
Давление, с Вальсалвой пользоваться.
forget Valsalva maneuver.
Да, хорошо.
Of course.
Миллиметров 0,25 перепад.
0.25 millimeters delta.
Повтори, пожалуйста, не очень понятно было.
Please say again.
100 миллиметров внутри и
100 millimeters inside. 0.25 on Odessa.
Все правильно.
All correct.
Идем дальше.
Keep going.
Хорошо, все правильно. Идем дальше.
150.
150.2.
Это?
Copy.
$170.
170. 170.
$200.
200. 200. Delta point 1. Copy.
$230.
230. 230.
34004.
Delta point 04.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the spacewalk concluding just a few minutes ago at 4:19 p.m. Central Time, 5:19 p.m. Eastern Time at 6 hours 35 minutes. The repressurization of the Poisk airlock is underway. We'll have complete statistics for you here momentarily.
250. 250.
Подходит 260.
Getting close to 260.
Хорошо.
Закрываю.
All right. Closing. ПВД. ПГОСУ. Valve.
Надо находится закрыть.
ПВД ПГОСУ. Close.
И, Сереж, текущее давление
Сергей,
в МИ-2 по Монолаку,
what is the
это
current
начало стабилизации.
pressure at the start of stabilization in MRM2?
До начала стабилизации 260.
2605.
35 принято. Андрей,
Copy. Андрей,
давление по
and the
монолакометру
pressure gauge
у
reads
тебя на
the
ККТ по ГСМ.
on KKT, PGOSM, and PHO. What do you have at the beginning of stabilization?
Мы с тобой готовим фрагмент, можем работать по фоне стабилизации по шагу 5, переход на бортовое питание.
That will be step number 5, switching to onboard
Так, это нам, да? 5, переход на бортовое.
power.
Можно
Copy.
работать фрагмент 11, шаг 5, да.
That is Q card 11,
Хорошо, принято.
step 5, transition to onboard power supply. Copy.
Так, суммарно
Это хорошо, 288.
288 PHO. Copy. 10 minutes of stabilization.
Вот, открыто ВКД. Да, принял 10 минут.
O2 open for EVA. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We now have our full complement of statistics from today's spacewalk. This was the 267th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 10th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, and the 8th during Expedition 69. Those 8 spacewalks, 5 out of the Poisk module, 3 out of the Quest airlock, have now totaled 51 hours and 58 minutes of spacewalking time. This was the 8th spacewalk of Sergey Prokopiev's career. He now has totaled 55 hours, 15 minutes of spacewalking time, putting him 11th on the all-time list of spacewalkers. It was the 6th spacewalk for Dmitry Petelin. His total now 39 hours, 44 minutes. The 267 spacewalks in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades have now totaled 1,696 hours and 26 minutes, which is the equivalent of 70 days, 16 hours, and 26 minutes of spacewalking time. So with that, we will bring to a close our coverage of today's spacewalk. Again, 6 hours and 35 minutes outside for Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin, wrapping up this excursion in which they attached 3 debris shields to the Rassvet module, attached a portable workstation to the end of the European robotic arm that Sergey Prokopyev rode like a telephone repairman at the end of a cherry picker, as Andrei Fedyaev operated the arm from inside the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Spacewalk concluding at 4:19 p.m. Central Time, 5:19 p.m. Eastern Time at 6 hours, 35 minutes. With the repress of the Poisk airlock continuing and the cosmonauts back inside, we'll wrap up our coverage for the day. Thanks for joining us throughout the day. This is Mission Control Houston.